Hello, everyone. We're about to start our show, and before we start the show, we will say the prayer and pledge. And I'd like to introduce Allison Sampler, Cash FFA. She is a candidate for Southwest Area Vice President.
Please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and the opportunity to gather here. We thank you for the many ag teachers, extension agents, parents, and volunteers for providing this wonderful opportunity today to show our livestock. We ask that you be with each exhibitor as they enter the ring. Lord, I ask that you continue to bless us as we continue the show season and prepare us for OIE. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Hi, I'm Sarah Durbin from the Cash FFA chapter. I'm going to be saying the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please give a round of applause for these ladies for coming and doing this for us today. We are ready for Class 1 does. Class 1. I would like to introduce you guys to our judge today, Mr. Chase McFall. He is from Big Lake, Texas. He works for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. He graduated from Texas Tech University with masters at Texas A&M Kingsville. His family runs about 350 head of Rambouillet and crossbred ewes. He has judged many, many favorite shows across the United States. Let's thank him for being here today.
Well, good morning, Lawton. It's great to be here with everybody today. It's an honor and privilege to be asked to come sort through the goats and the sheep today. But more importantly for me, it's an honor and privilege to get to come work with the young men and women out here in the ring this morning and this afternoon. What a really good way to start the show off with these does. I chose to use the white-headed doe. I just think her skeletal build, her design from the profile, and combining that when you get on the top side over there, she's the most opened up in her center body. She's the most massive when you read her down her top line, and especially out of her hip and rump there. If you want to change some things on her, she gets a little goofy when we get her set in motion. You'd probably like to just kind of adjust her hind leg set just a notch and maybe level her up out of her hip. But to be that opened up and that massive, a really good way to start. A really good eye-appealing goat that comes out next. She's super neat in the upper third of her body there. She's super shallow in her chest floor. She's really smooth down her top line. I think when we step in behind her, she just gets in too much in the bottom part of her skeleton. We just got to adjust those rear legs just a notch better for me to move her up any higher. A really thick, powerful one coming out here in third. It's really opened up. She's really big when you view her from behind. For me today, she gets a little more common there in the upper third of her body. You'd like to see her a little more flexible and a little more athletic when we get them set in motion. And then to round the class out with a goat that's really attractive from the side. For me, I just read her being a little flatter in her forerib, a little deeper in her chest, and a little steeper out of her hip, and it just throws the balance off for me. Really good class, good way to start the doe show off with. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Your Class 1 placings. First place, Aliciana Chavez from Chattanooga 4-H. Second place, Huntley McElhaney, Elgin 4-H. Third place, Aliciana Chavez, Chattanooga 4-H. And fourth place, Meredith Hawkins from Geronimo FFA. So we will now be moving on to Class 2.
Well, another really good class. Young lady's doe here that's going to win is just really like her skeletal build. I really like how feminine and good looking she is in the upper third of her body there. Just really like the profile shot she gives you. Really smooth down her top line, really long and level out of her hip. I just think she's just a notch higher quality when you view her from the side. When we get her set in motion, I would like to adjust her hind leg set just a notch, see her a little stouter, more durable back there in the rear hock. But one I think is just acceptable enough for me for how good built and how good designed she is. A real powerful one coming out next. It's really opened up in her center body there, really massive down her top line. For me, she gets a little more common there in the upper third of her body. I'd really like to elevate her out of her chest floor, see her a little smoother when we read her down her top line, a little longer out of her hip might help balance her up just a notch more. But one in terms of power and stoutness that you've got to like. The really rugged, opened up one coming out next. It's big bone, big footed, really big rib cage in her. For me, she's just getting a little too outside of her skeleton on both ends, a little too round off of both ends for me. Young lady's goat coming out next, a really good profiling goat. I just think one that just narrows up too much in the bottom part of her skeleton, gets a little flatter in her look from the side for me. But a really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your Class 2 placings. First place, Huntley McElhaney, Elgin 4-H. Second place, Kayla Jones, Elgin FFA. Third place, Easton Lee, Elgin 4-H. And fourth place, Caitlin Lanier from Elgin FFA. We will now be moving on to our division champion. We would like to thank our sponsors for sponsoring this division. Our champion sponsors, John Michael Montgomery. Our reserve champion sponsor is Todd Biggs Construction. Thank you guys for supporting this division.
Well, let's give this lightweight division a round of applause. Really good way to start the morning off with. I think there's 4 really good goats out here. I think they all balance up. They're good enough in their skeletal makeup. They've got enough top side shape. They give you a quality look from the side. And you know, when you set them in motion, I think they're acceptable enough. There's some things that I would like to change about each one of them when we get moving these around the ring on their feet and legs. But, you know, we haven't had a perfect one yet, and that's okay. But I do realize there's some of these out here that might, you know, push the envelope in terms of where they need to be at on their feet and legs when we get them set in motion, and that's probably the only criticism I have of this division. But there's one out here that hits me really hard, and then I'll go out and select your reserve, and then we'll do our sell order. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a good job.
Congratulations, Huntley McElhaney. That's your Class 2 division champion. That will now bring out Kayla Jones from Elgin FFA. Congratulations on your Reserve Division 1, Aliciana Chavez, Chattanooga 4-H. After sale order is finished, we'll begin Division 2. This is Class 3. For those of you sitting in the stands, I would just like to remind you that we will have a luncheon tomorrow at noon for all livestock exhibitors. You are all encouraged to come on Friday. And then we also will have the buyer's reception that starts at 4 o'clock p.m., followed by the premium sale beginning at 5. We welcome you all to come. Also on Friday, if you notice this big traveling trophy on the announcer's stand, you will see that that is the Round Robin trophy. The Round Robin will start at 8 a.m. on Friday morning.
Well, a really good class here, probably the deeper class we've seen so far. I opted to use the kind of tan-headed goat. I just think when you study her from the ground up, she's just a notch more durable on her feet and legs. She's a notch stouter at the ground. She's a notch more opened up there in her center body, and yet to be a little more durable and a little bit more flexible off of both ends. I think you get on the top side over there. You really like her a lot. You really like the length and levelness out of her hip. I just think when we get them set in motion, she's a more athletic, durable, more flexible off of both ends, off her skeleton there in comparison to some of the others in the class. Goat coming out next, a really eye-appealing goat. You really like the design, you like the makeup, you like the profile shot she gives you from the side. I've got to stouten her up from the ground up. I've got to see her go off her rear two just a notch better to move her up any higher. A really stout, practical, opened up doe coming out next. For me today, she just gets a little too rough down her top line, a little too steep out of her hip, and it throws the balance off for me. But in terms of body shape, being opened up, being powerful, you like those things about her. We just got to clean her up down her top line, level her, and strengthen her up out of her hip to move her up any higher. A goat coming out next that you really like how big-chested, opened up she is as well. She's really shallow, really neat in the upper third of her body. When we get her set in motion, she just gets an extremely too short hip for me. She just doesn't handle her hip and hind leg quite as good as the two above do, but the few above. But a really good goat there coming out next. White-headed goat coming out next, really strong down her top line, really level out of her hip. You like those things about her. You read her, she gets a little plainer in her body. She gets a little flatter in her forerib, a little deeper in her chest floor in relation to her rear flank. But one that you really like, the length of her, the levelness and length down her top line, the levelness out of her hip. Real powerful, stout, thick, muscular doe that comes in to round the class out with, probably as thick and as muscular as anything we have in class. She just gets a little too outside of her skeleton for me. She's just not flexible off of either end in comparison to some of the others in class. A really good one. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your Class 3 placings. First place, Huntley McElhaney, Elgin 4-H. Second place, Elisiana Chavez, Chattanooga 4-H. 3, Natalie Reed, Elgin FFA. Fourth place, Caitlin Lanier, Elgin FFA. Fifth place, Kinsley Delorio, Cash FFA. And sixth place, Natalie Reed, Elgin FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 4.
Well, really good pair out here. Two different types and kind, but I think they're two really, really high quality females. I opted to use the young lady's doe that we're going to start with in the blue shirt here. I just think she's a notch stouter when you study her from the ground up. She's a notch bigger in her foot size and her bone work, and you get in front of her, she's big in her front, just wide and blowed apart out of her chest for there. You like the bottom part of her skeleton just a notch better. Is she as feminine and is she as attractive on the side as the young lady's there in second? No, she's not, but she's balances up well enough for me to go ahead and start her. The doe here in second, a really attractive one from the side. I really like the length and extension she gives you from forerib to rear flank. You like the levelness and length of hip that she offers you. She's just not as stout when you study her from the ground up. She's not as opened up and as massive as that one we used to win. A really good class. Let's give these young ladies a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your Class 4 placings. First place, Kayla Jones, Elgin FFA, and second place, Meredith Hawkins from Geronimo FFA. We will now be moving on to our Division II champion and the Reserve Division champion. These are sponsored by All-America Elgin and Todd Biggs Construction. Thank you guys for sponsoring this trophy. After the conclusion of sale order and Division II champion, we'll be moving on to the Grand Champion Doe Goat.
Well, let's give this Division II a round of applause for a job well done, a really good division. Just like in the Division I think there's some really good, complete, balanced goats out here that all got a good enough look from the side, and you get on the top side of them, I think they're good enough down their top line and level enough and good enough out of their hip and hind leg. Yeah, I mean, I think we'd want to make some adjustments, kind of like that last division, maybe fix a few on their feet and legs, but I think they're acceptable enough for me when we get them back out here. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, and then we'll do our sale order. One more time, let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Your Division II champion came out of Class 3, Huntley McElhaney with Elgin 4-H, and your reserve division came out of Class 3 as well, Elisiana Chavez, Chattanooga 4-H. We will now be moving on to sale order in Division II and then on to the grand drive of the Doe Goat Show.
Well, let's put our hands together for these kiddos that made it back out here in the champion drive. Really good show out here today. I think these ones that out here, they hit me really hard. I think starting in that first division, man, this goat, she's just super attractive when you view her from the side. Super unique and athletic in the upper third of her body there. Her chest floor is up there where it's supposed to be. Her neck set's up there where it's supposed to be. She's just jet level down her top line. You love how she comes out of her hip and pins there. And then you get on the top side over there. She's massive enough for me. When we get her set in motion and we study her hind leg set, where do we draw that line in the sand if she's acceptable enough or not? And she's getting really close, but boy, she's so good everywhere else. And there's no doubt I'd like to adjust her back there on her back two legs and see a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more durability when we get them set in motion. But from that point up, she's really a good one in my mind. The Class 2 division winner, just an ultra stout, big bone, big footed, opened up one that's got some mass down her top line. She's got some width out of her hip there and out of her pins. She is neat and she is attractive in the upper third of her body. Is that one that wins the first division? Maybe not, but she's acceptable enough. She's probably a notch better on her feet and legs, and that's kind of where the difference is between the two. So that's where I read them today. The white-headed goat that's second in the first division, just a good complete goat that's opened up in her center body. She's got some width and dimension up high. Once again, you'd probably like to fix her and change her just a little bit when we get her set in motion, but she's good enough to be out here. And then the reserve in the second division, one that just a really good profiling goat that's really level down her top line, really level out of her hip and pins there. One that maybe not as attractive as some of the others out here. So that's how I see them today. I'll go out and select some champions, and let's give these kiddos one more round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to your grand champion doe goat, Huntley McElhaney of Elgin 4-H, and your reserve also goes to Huntley McElhaney of Elgin 4-H. The Supreme Doe was sponsored by Apache Farmers Co-op, and the reserve was All-American Bank Elgin. Thank you, sponsors, for being able to do what you do so she would be able to get her prizes. We are taking a short picture break, and then we will conclude with the Weather Goat Show. While they are taking pictures, I'd like to remind you, those of you that got your pictures taken, you can go to stacypiercecreative.com to get your pictures downloaded for free. We'd like to thank those sponsors, Oklahoma Farm Bureau and Hillary Communications, for sponsoring those free photos. You can also go to the Comanche County Saddle and Sirloin Facebook page, and the link will take you straight to the photos. We have now started our Weather Goat Show. Start off with Class 1.
Well, a really good way to start our market division off with. Young ladies' weather here that we start the class off with. Just a really big bone, big-footed, opened-up goat that you really like when you get on the top side of his skeleton there. He's got one of those big old square racks in him that he just really translates really good down his top line, and yet you get in behind him, he's big in his hip, he's big in his pin bones, he's level and square down his top line. That really helps balance him up for all that power and mass he has up high. And, you know, if you want to change him and get a critical on him, you might want to just clean him up there at the base of his shoulder, maybe elevate him in his chest floor, but he's way acceptable enough for how powerful and how stout he is. A really good goat to start the market division off with. A goat here in 2, he gives you that extension from forward to rear flank. He gives you a little bit more elevation in his chest floor in comparison to that one that wins. But I think when you study him from the ground up, he's not as stout, he's not as opened up, he's not as massive when you get on the top side of his skeleton there. But you got to appreciate the length and extension he gives you from forward to rear flank, and you got to appreciate how elevated he is up in his chest floor. A really balanced goat there in 2. A goat coming out in 3rd, I really like the handle quality of this goat. He's got a big square rack in him. He handles really good and fresh down his top line. It's when you get in from his last rib back, he just narrows up too much for me in comparison to the 2 above. And when we get him set in motion, he just wants to close up too much in the bottom part of his skeleton. But one, you really appreciate the profile shot, and you like the handle quality of that goat there in 3rd. A goat here in 4th, really extreme in his body length, really long spine kind of goat. One that gives you a good look from the side. I think he just gets a little too flat and too narrow for me in comparisons to the ones above. He doesn't give you that shape and expression up high, and especially when you walk in behind him in comparisons to the one in front. A goat coming out next, kind of the same story, really long-sided, really long and level out of his hip there. One for me today, when you get on top of him, just doesn't have as much shape and expression, and especially when you view him from behind, just wants to narrow up and close up too much for me. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your Class 1 placings: first place, Emery Lee, Elgin FFA. Second place, Easton Lee, Elgin 4-H. Third place, Jaylee Kilgore, Fletcher FFA. Fourth place, Colton Smith, Elgin FFA. And fifth place, Isabella Burns, Elgin FFA. We will now bring in our Class 2.
Well, in Class 2, I don't know if there was the one or two that just came in and hit me as hard as that last class winner, but there's one that I think in terms of his skeletal build and his balance from the side wins this class, and he does it very easily. And then yet when you get your hands on him, he's the crispest and tonest down his top line. He's the shapeliest coming out of his rack and transitions as good as any we have in class. Really like the shape. You really like the handle quality, but you really like him when you view him from the side. side. He's really neat in the upper third of his body there. He's really neat there at the base of his shoulder. Just gives you a really balanced look from the side for all the muscularity that he has to offer. A goat coming out next, a really level, strong spine kind of goat coming out, really level and long out of his hip. You like those things about him. We've got to stouten him up, open him up, and shaping him up to be able to compete with that class winner. A goat here in 3, a goat that's got some topside shape about him. You really like the handle quality about him. For me, when we get him set in motion, just doesn't hold himself together quite good enough. Just wants to get a little too easy down his top line and not as flexible and as strong down his top line when we get him moving around the ring. A goat coming out next, a really long-sided kind of goat, one that you appreciate the profile look he gives you. When you get on the top side of him there, I just got to see some more shape, got to see some more dimension, especially when you step in from behind. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 2. First place, Meredith Hawkins, Geronimo FFA. Second place, Isabella Burns, Elgin FFA. Third place, Reagan Cray, Sterling FFA. Fourth place, Meredith Hawkins, Geronimo FFA. We will now be moving on to our Division I champion. Your Division I champion sponsor, Sterling Ag Boosters, and your reserve champion sponsor is Wichita Furniture. Thank you guys for sponsoring these.
Well, let's give these Division I kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. There's one out here that just really hits me hard in terms of his overall stoutness, the overall shape and expression he offers, but yet he combines that with a real high quality balanced look. I think he's flexible enough when we get him set in motion to be that powerful and stout. It gets a little closer for reserve. I'll go out and select your champion and we'll look at him one more time for reserve. One more time, let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Your champion, Division I, Emery Lee from Elgin FFA. And your reserve Division I champion came out of Class 1 as well, Easton Lee from Elgin 4-H. We will now finish sale order in Division I and move on to Division II. We will start with Class 3. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in Division 1. We will now be moving on to our Division 2, starting with Class 3.
Well, the blonde-headed goat is one that he just really catches your attention and demands your attention as soon as this young lady brings him in. One that's just super big bone, super big-footed, still up and extended in the upper third of his body. Gives you a really good look from the side, really level down his top line, really level out of his hip, and yet you get your hands on him. He's the freshest, tonest down his top line. You really like how crisp and fresh he is when you get your hands on him. But a really balanced, skeletally correct goat to win this class. A really good handling goat there in two, one that's got some shape and expression up high. Not as stout when you study him from the ground up, not as opened up in his center body there is that one that wins. Maybe gets a little rougher down his top line, a little steeper out of his hip in comparison to the one that wins. It kind of throws his balance off, but one you appreciate the shape and expression and the flexibility he has off of both ends. Goat coming out next, really you like him in terms of how long he is from forerib to rear flank, one that he handles good as well. I think he gets a little lazy down his top line, especially when you get him set in motion. He just doesn't hold himself together quite as good as the two above do. We just got to see him go a little more athletic and hold himself together down his spine a little better in comparison to the ones above. Around the class out with the goat that's stout when you study him from the ground up. He's a little softer in his condition, doesn't have the shape and expression, and he too gets a little flatter in his rib cage there for me. A really good class. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Taylor Glover, Elgin FFA. Second place, Reagan Cray, Sterling FFA. Third place, Carly Markham, Cash FFA. And fourth place, Reagan Cray, Sterling FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 4, Weather Goats. We would also like to say a special thanks to Great Plains Auction. We are also live right now. We are able to make the show live. And if you go to the Saddle and Sirloin Facebook page, you are able to watch the show live. Thank you, Great Plains Auction. Just a reminder to all livestock exhibitors, we encourage you to come to the luncheon at noon on Friday. If you win showmanship, your showmanship prizes will be presented during the luncheon. So please, we encourage you to come.
Well, a really challenging class. I don't know if there was the one or two that just came out there and said, hey, we got to get these to the top and do it easily. We got to do some mix and matching here. But I think the most complete goat, the highest quality goat, when we get them set in motion and we get them set up from the side, is the young man's goat here in one. I think he just handles himself a little better on his feet and legs. I think he, when he gets to driving for the young man, he holds himself a little better down his top line. He handles with more shape, more expression coming out of his rack and down his top line, and you step in behind him. He's a little wider out of his pin set and hip there. He's a little wider from stifle to stifle. One that, for this weight and size, we'd like to just stouten him up just a notch from the ground up and probably just smooth him up just a tick right behind his shoulder. But one that I think in terms of handle quality and balance, and one that holds himself together just a notch better, is the young man that we're going to lead the class off with. A goat here in two is one that follows suit and kind in terms of freshness and handle quality, shape, and expression. One for me, I think when we get him set in motion, just gets a little too easy down his top line. He gets a little too goofy off his feet and legs. I'd just like to stouten him up from the ground up. We just sure would like to clean him up from chine to chest right there and smoothing him up there in his base of his chest and his shoulder right there to help balance him up. But one, I think in terms of handle quality, freshness, I think he needed to be up in the top two. One that's coming out next is a goat that's really opened up, got a really massive and wide. For me, he just gets a little too deep and plain there. The upper third of his body gets a little plainer down his top line. It gets a little too narrow out of his pin set, and it just really throws his balance off for me today. A goat coming out around the class out with a good profiling goat. For me, when you get on the top side of his skeleton, just doesn't spread the shape and expression like those above do. We got to stout him up in the bottom part of his skeleton to move him up any higher. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 4 exhibitors. First place, Colton Smith, Elgin FFA. Second place, Carly Markham, Cash FFA. Third place, Krista Creel, Cash 4-H. And fourth place, Justin Hode, Cash 4-H. We will now be moving on to our Division II champion and Reserve Division II champion. Your sponsors are Dan Young Custom Fitting and Todd Biggs Construction. Thank you for supporting.
Well, let's give these heavyweight exhibitors a round of applause for a job well done. A really good competitive division. I think there's one out here that hits me extremely hard in terms of his skeletal build, the balance, the design, the freshness, the tone and expression he offers down his top line, the view he gives you from the profile. You like him when he's set in motion. You like him propped up, and you like him when you get your hands on him. And it gets a little closer for reserve, but I'll go out and select your champion, and we'll look at him for reserve for one more time. Thank you.
Your Division II champion comes out of Class 3, Taylor Glover, Elgin FFA. And congratulations to your Reserve Division II, Reagan Cray from Sterling FFA. We will now be moving on to sale order and then the Grand Champion Weather Goat Show. Congratulations, your Division II champion and your Division II reserve. We will now be bringing out your Division I and Division II champion in contention for your Weather Goat champion. From Division I, Embry Lee, Elgin FFA, and from Division II, Taylor Glover, Elgin FFA.
Well, let's give these kiddos that made it back out here in the champion drive a round of applause. Really good set. Even some of these kids that are back here, really deep classes, really deep divisions. We started out with that lightweight division, and this lightweight division winner won. I think when you study him from the ground up, he's ultra big-footed. He's ultra big bone. He's when you get on the top side of his skeleton there, he's got one of those big old square stand-up racks in him that he just transitions so good down his top line to a really long and level hip. He's really wide from stifle to stifle. He's really wide when you study him in the bottom part of his skeleton. And yet, I think when we get him set in motion, he's flexible enough off of both ends. Like I said, if you want to get nitpicky and change him just a tick, you might want to elevate him out of his chest floor and maybe see him a little neater in the upper third of his body there. But that's getting awful critical on one that's just so busted open, so stout, so shapely, yet really balances really good from the side. The one that was reserved in that division was one that maybe was just a little taller at the point of his shoulders, maybe a little smoother there at the base of his shoulder. One that we just didn't see the top side shape, and the stoutness is that one that wins it. We got in our heavyweight division, and we kind of progressed up there in weight and size, and we thought this was the youthful trim option to use to be this big and stout, handles really fresh and shapely down his top line. He's the one that's super neat in the upper third of his body. He's the one that's super neat there at the base of his shoulder. One that paints you a really good picture from the side. If you want to get critical on him, you'd maybe want to just level him up out of his pins, out of his hip, and see him a little wider out of his pins, and maybe just open him up there in his forerib just a notch. But boy, for a big, stout goat, he gives you a really good look from the side, and you got to like that about him. A goat that was reserved that division followed suit in terms of just shape and freshness and handle quality, and still being youthful in the upper third of his body. He wasn't as opened up. He wasn't as massive. He wasn't as stout when you get in from behind him as that one that wins. That's how I see him today. One more time, let's give these kiddos a round of applause, and I'll go get some champions. Thank you.
Your grand champion Weather Goat, Emery Lee from Elgin FFA, and your reserve Taylor Glover from Elgin FFA. would like to say a big thank you to our Grand Market Goat sponsor, All-American Bake Elgin, and your reserve sponsor, Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital. Thank you guys for sponsoring these trophies. We will take a small break for pictures, and then we will go straight into showmanship. After the judge is finished taking the pictures, we will start with Pee Wee showmanship, which is 8 and under. Then we will move on to junior showmanship, 3rd to 6th grade. Then we will move on to intermediate showmanship, 7th to 9th grade. And then finally, senior showmanship, 10th to 12th grade. Also, a reminder, for those of you that win showmanship, you will need to be present at the luncheon at noon on Friday. That is when you will get your award for showmanship. Your sponsors for Pee Wee showmanship, All-America Bake, Cash, Champion Junior Goat Showman, Farm Bureau Wealth Management, as well, they also sponsored the Intermediate Goat Showman. And then your Champion Senior Goat Showman is sponsored by Double B. In the ring now, we have Pee-wee Showmanship.
Well, as we start our showmanship division, a really good way, these Pee-wees, this is the up and coming and future program, and if that's the case, y'all got a really bright future ahead of you with these young kids. They do a great job out here. I commend them for coming out here and competing in this Pee-wee showmanship. Young lady, she does a great job in terms of just getting one presented and stuck. She really squats down there and gets that goat driving really good. That neck set sits up there, that top line straight. She's really aware of where those back legs are supposed to be. Just does a really good job. Young man there in second does a really good job. He's really smooth and elegant out here in the ring. He does a really good job moving with the judge on the opposite side of the judge. I think, in terms of just getting one stuck, I thought the young lady just did a little better job today. Really good job in this Pee-wee division. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to our champion Pee-wee showman, Ellison Lee from Elgin. We will now begin junior showmanship, 3rd to 6th grade. We will take a 30-minute break after the conclusion of senior showmanship. And then we will start the sheep show, starting with purebred ewes.
Well, a really good junior division here. I think the young lady does a really good job. She's just so smooth and so elegant, and when she gets getting that goat moving in motion, just really does a really good job of holding that head and neck up. Really at a really good pace, not too fast, not too slow. And in terms of presentation, I think she does a really good job as well. Young man does a good job of getting down there and getting the goat set up at times. He's not as smooth as the young lady. That goat probably just doesn't want to walk with his head up in the showmanship deal. But a really good job there in second. Young lady here in 3 is when I went and came and looked at the front end. I just talked to her about her transitions and get on the other side of the judge, but a good job as well. Young lady's goat here in 4, she does a really good job. That goat probably not wanting to cooperate for her, just wants to suck down a little bit, but she does a good job coming out here and competing. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to your champion junior showman, Huntley McElhaney from Elgin 4-H, and your reserve junior showman, Easton Lee from Elgin 4-H. We will now be moving on to intermediate, 7th to 9th grade. Correction on the break.
Well, what a really good pair. I hate that we had to split this pair up. They both just do an outstanding job. Really competitive class from top to bottom. It's really close, in my opinion. You can you flip-flop these, and I wouldn't disagree with you at all. I think young lady that wins it, one that just got a showmanship goat out here. This thing walks with its head up, just really smooth and elegant around the ring. And when she gets those feet planted, she gets that goat stuck and never wavers. And that's probably where the difference difference was. I think the young lady there in 2 does a great job as well. I think it just takes her a little longer to get those feet and legs set and get going and get it propped. And that's the only difference between the 2 because they do an outstanding job. Young lady here in 3 does a really good job too. At times that goat just doesn't want to get those back legs planted for her and going, but she does a really good job there in 3. Young lady here in 4 does a really good job when we get them setting around, moving around the ring. I think at times I'd like to see her get into that goat a little more. Really good class, great pair. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Taylor Glover, on your champion intermediate showmanship and your reserve champion intermediate Emery Lee. Those girls are both from Elgin FFA. Correction on the break time. We will show the purebred ewes right after, and the commercial ewes, and then right after the commercial ewes, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we will start the weather show. After the conclusion of senior showmanship, we will start the purebred ewe show, then go into the commercial ewe show, take the break, and then come back for weathers. Senior showmanship is 10th to 12th grade.
Well, a really good senior division out here. Your expectations get really high up there in the senior division, and they no doubt met my expectations. They do a really good job. It's a challenging class for me because you got some does and weathers in here, and you got some kids that are driving them and some kids standing off of them. And I don't mind either way as long as they look good and presented good and make the animal look good, and they all do a really good job of that. Young lady that wins it, she's just really dialed in with what's going on. Those feet and legs are always planted properly. That neck sets up there where it's supposed to be. She's really smooth and really calm when she does it. When we get this goat floating around the ring, she does a really good job. Young lady here in second does a really good job as well. That goat looks really good when she gets that head up there. We get them set around in motion, maybe not as smooth in her transitions, but a really good job there in two. Young lady here in three, we got to get nitpicky at time when you look at them. Kind of when we had our line straight, she kind of had that goat at a more of a three-quarter view instead of a profile, but that's being awful critical on a really good senior division showmanship. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to your champion senior showman, Kayla Jones, Elgin FFA, and your reserve, Caitlin Lanier of Elgin FFA. We will now be moving on to our purebred ewe show, starting with we will be starting with the Hared and then move on to Hampshire.
Well, let's give this single entry Dorper ewe a round of applause. Really high quality ewe. Really like a lot of things about her. She's big and massive. When you get on the top side of her skeleton there, she spreads a lot of dimension up high. You really like how level and square she is out of her hip and dock. You really like how wide she is from stifle to stifle. To have that kind of mass and that kind of power, I think she still props up or balances up really good because she's so level and she's so square down her top line and out of her hip and dock. Good job, young lady. Let's give her a round of applause for a really good lamb.
Congratulations, Briley Clark from Cash FFA, on your breed champion herd. We will now move on to your Hampshire breed.
Well, another really good single entry here, a Hampshire ewe that's really so balanced from the side, so skeletally correct. You like her lines. You like how level she is as well down her top line and out of her hip and dock there to be that balanced and that good looking. She's still powerful. She's still opened up. Just a really good Hamp ewe to start this class off or day off with. Good. Let's give her a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to Kennedy Phillips on your champion Hampshire. Also, for those of you wanting a backdrop, we only have one photographer here today. So after the conclusion of the show, she will be over there to help take backdrops. So please just be patient and go after the show if you would like a backdrop.
Well, in our down division, just a really good down that starts this female that starts this class out with. She's really flexible off both ends. She's really level down her top line. She's really level and square out of her hip and dot. I think she spreads more shape and expression up high in comparison to that one that's there in 1 and 2. Rugged bone kind of sheep that's opened up, sheep that's just a little softer in her muscle pattern. For me, just gets a little too closed up at the bottom part of her skeleton when we see her come and go. Really good class of downs. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to your Class 1 and breed champion winner, Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H. And your reserve champion South Down is Cambry Kinman from Indiahoma 4-H. We will now move on to our Suffolk breed.
Well, in our Suffolk division, a really good ewe here. She's really stout at the ground. She's big boned. She's big footed. You like the terminal shape that she spreads up high. She's got a big old square rack in her. She's really square down her top line. We might want to open her up in her center body and maybe level her up out of her hip and rump there, but one that gives you a really good athletic look from the side. You appreciate the stoutness in the bottom part of her skeleton. Really good ewe to start that Suffolk division with. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Suffolk, Tate Seltzer from Geronimo FFA. We will now be picking a grand champion overall, and after the overall is picked, they will come out after the commercial ewes are finished, and they will be put in the grand drive of the commercial ewes.
Well, let's give these kiddos a round of applause in the purebred division, a really good division out here. I know there wasn't a whole lot of quantity, but there's a whole lot of quality out here, in my opinion, and the kids are doing an outstanding job of getting these things presented and shown. And I think there's some high-quality ewes out here. I'll go out and select my champion, and we'll get our sale order done. One more time, let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to your overall purebred ewe, Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H with the Hampshire. And your reserve overall also goes to Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H with their South Down. We will now be starting our commercial U show. Class 1 commercials can start entering the ring. We should have 5 entries in this class. For those of you sitting ringside, I would like to reintroduce you to our judge. Our judge is Chase McFall. He is from Big Lake, Texas. He works for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. He graduated from Texas Tech University with masters at Texas A&M Kingsville. His family runs about 350 head of Rambouillet and crossbred ewes. He has judged many favorable shows across the U.S. Let's thank him for being here today. For those of you wanting to sign up for the doe fitting contest, please be signed up here at the announcer stand before the conclusion of the sheep show. After the conclusion of the sheep show is over, the doe fitting contest will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of the sheep show.
Well, a really good class to start this commercial show off with. Really deep from top to bottom. I think the young man that wins this class is one that she does it really easily in my mind. Just got an athletic built about her. She really demands your attention when the young man brings her in. She's just so level down her top line, so level out of her hip and dock there. She's so flexible off of both ends of her skeleton when we ask them to move and float around the ring. Is she the stoutest at the ground? Maybe not, but she's stout enough for me for how balanced and how athletic she is. And like I said, you've just got to appreciate the levelness and squareness that she maintains, not only set in motion, but propped up. One that coming out next, boy, she's just so dynamic in the upper third of her body there, really shallow in her chest floor in relation to her rear flank. Just balances so good from the side. It's where you step in behind her. We got to see her bigger in her pin set. We got to see her handle her hip and hind leg just a little notch better when we get set in motion. Just want to take just too choppy of a stride for me. Like I said, let's just fix her out of her hip and hind leg, and we could change those two. Really good pair there. Sheep coming out 3 is one really opened up kind of you that's wide and stout. I just like to clean her up in the upper third of her body there. See her a little neater there at the base of her shoulder. Elevate her out of her chest floor to really help balance her out. A really stout featured one coming out next. She's big boned, she's big footed for me, and she's got all the muscle and power in one. But for me, she just gets too round off of both ends of her skeleton to move her up any higher. A real athletic, up-fronted one that rounds the class out with. We just got to open her up there at the bottom part of her skeleton, see her a little stouter from the ground up. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winners. First place, Maverick Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. Second place, Mary Beth Rodina Brown, Cash FFA. Third place, Eli Stoll, Fletcher FFA. Fourth place, Emma Seltzer, Geronimo 4-H. And fifth place, Emma Seltzer, Geronimo 4-H. We will now be moving on to your Class 2 commercial ewes.
Well, a really stout one that wins this class. She's really opened up in her center body there. You get on the top side of her skeleton. She's just big and massive out of her rack. She really translates really good down her top line to a big old hip, big old pin bones in her. She's really wide from stifle to stifle. And yet to be that massive and that opened up, I think she's still attractive enough in the upper third of her body, there at the base of her shoulder. You know, she is fluid and she is athletic as the Blue U there in second when we get them set in motion. Maybe not, but she's acceptable enough for me for how opened up and how massive she is. The Blue U here in second, but you really like this one floating around the ring. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's really level down her top line. She's really level out of her hip and dock there. We've got to open her up in her center body there. We've got to elevate her in her chest floor, and we've got to just see her a little wider when you get in behind her out of her hip and hind leg in comparison to that one that wins. A really shapely U coming out next that's really like when you get your hands on her. One that for me just gets a little deeper, more common there in the upper third of her body. Gets a little rounder off of both ends when we get them set in motion. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 2 exhibitors. First place, Madden Barmettler, Comanche County 4-H. Second place, Emma Wisner, Cash 4-H. And third place, Kaylee Tanner, Cash FFA. We will now be bringing in Class 3 commercial U's.
Well, a really good pair. Probably the most difficult decision we've had to make today. The young lady that wins this, I mean, she's just a truck. You know, you get on the top side of her skeleton there. She's got just a huge rack in her, tremendous rack shape in her. Really maintains that shape and expression down her top line to a big old square hip. Her pin bones are up and out there where they're supposed to be that massive and that powerful. To me, she's the shallowest in her chest floor. She's not the most extended in the upper third of her body. She's not the longest necked one, and I'd probably like to change those things about her. Extend her out of her neck set, maybe elevate her and see her a little taller at the point of her shoulders. But boy, she's just so massive and so stout, yet she still balances really good for how stout and powerful she is. The one here in two, she's one that's probably a notch taller at the point of her shoulders. She's got a little longer neck set in her, and I like that about her. For me, you just get over her. She's just not massive enough, not opened up enough. We just got to open her up in her center body to help her get some more mass and power to be able to compete with that class winner. But one, man, you just love the neck set in her. You love the profile shot. Just got to open her up, get her a little more massive in comparison to the one that wins. The ewe there in third is one that's a really practical ewe that balances up really well. She's just not as massive, not as stout as those ones above. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 3 exhibitors. First place, Lorraine Cox, Elgin FFA. Second place, Audrey McElhaney, Elgin FFA. And third place, Sarah Durbin, Cash FFA. We will now be starting Class 4 commercial ewes. We will be showing for a division with the first 3 classes. That will bring out Maverick Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H, Madden Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H, and Lorraine Cox, Elgin FFA.
Well, a really good division to start our commercial show off with. Really good sheep out here, and if you want to flip-flop a few of these, that's fine. They're really good sheep in my mind that we have out here. A lightweight just came in, and she's so athletic. You love how level she is down her top line and out of her hip and dock there, and you like when we get her set in motion. You'd probably want to open her up there in her forerib and make her just a little neater chested, but one, I thought in that class, she just held herself together so well when we get them set in motion. Really square down her top line, and like I said, really square and level out of her hip. Second place in that division was a little wilder looking in terms of her rib and her chest and her underlying look about her. One that you get on top of her, and she's really fresh to the touch. We talked about just wanting to kind of adjust her out of her hip and hind leg a little bit when we get set in motion. Middleweight division, it was a really tough class. There was a bunch of good sheep in there. This one right here, in terms of her skeletal build, her balance, just how she sets up just really good. Her neck sets up there right. Her top line's in her right. And she just balances so well, and she's not void of muscle. She's powerful. She's opened up. She's thick and massive. Is she the most massive out here? Probably not, but she's got enough to her for me for how well built she is and how balanced she is. The blue one there, we really liked her, how athletic she was when we got her set in motion. Really good on her feet and legs. You just wanted to get a little flatter and deeper for me from the side. It wasn't just big in her upper hip and rump for me to be able to compete with that class winner. We got in the bigger class in this division, and two just heavy muscled ewes out here. There was one that was a little more massive, a little bigger out of her rack, a little bigger out of her upper hip and rump. We talked about we sure would like to fix her in her neck set there, see her a little neater there at the base of her shoulder, and just elevate her ever so slightly to help really balance her up. But boy, she was just so thick and so massive. The sheep there in second was a little more elevated, a little taller at the point of her shoulders. She just wasn't as opened up. She wasn't as massive as that one that wins that class, but two really good big ones. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause, and I'll go show you my favorites.
Congratulations to your Division I champion, Madden Bartmettler from Comanche County 4-H. And your reserve Division I goes to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. will now bring in Class 4 to start our Division 2 for the commercial ewes. Just a reminder, you must sign up for the doe fitting contest if you would like to compete. You must sign up for the doe fitting contest before the conclusion of the sheep show. After the conclusion of the sheep show, the doe fitting contest will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of the sheep show.
Well, another really competitive class. Two blue ewes up here that are really high quality. ewes. I think the one that wins is just a notch more powerful when you read her down her top line, a notch more powerful out of her hip, and yet I think she's just a notch shallower in the upper third of her body. She's got a better turn to her rib cage, a notch shallower up in her chest floor than that one there in second. Just props up so good to be that massive and that thick. Young ladies there in second, another one that's really thick, really massive to me when you get on the top side of her. Maybe not as smooth down her top line, maybe not as big out of her hip, maybe not as cool in the upper third of her body, but one that still balances really good for how thick and how powerful she is. A speckled kind of face sheep coming out next, a sheep that's really long-sided, really good in her spine, really good out of her hip and dock there. Profile's really good. She's just not as opened up in her center body. She's just not as stout when you view her from the ground as the two above. You coming out next, just chock full of muscle from front to rear, really heavy bone, big top, big massive one. For me, gets a little round off of both ends of her skeleton. Come out with the sheep next that's really long-bodied, really long spine. We just got to open her up in the bottom part of her skeleton, clean her up in her chest floor. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 4 exhibitors. First place, Callie High, Sterling FFA. Second place, Audrey McElhaney, Elgin FFA. Third place, Taryn Quickle, Sterling FFA. Fourth place, Kennedy Phillips, Chattanooga 4-H. And fifth place, Sari Salby Smith, Geronimo FFA. We will now be moving on to our Class 5 commercial ewes.
Well, another really good pair. I thought that he used with just the stouter ewe that's a little bit more flexible off of both ends of her skeleton, one that just really plants those feet and legs where they're supposed to go and really holds her top line together really so well for me today. And to be that stout and that athletic, she still looks good enough from the side. You might just want to shallow her up just a notch, see her notch smoother there at the base of her shoulder. But boy, just a big stout ewe that wins this class. You coming out second, we really like the shape, we really like the condition and the good skin and the good pelt. Really like that about her. Handle's tremendous. For me, when we get her set in motion, she's just not as stout at the ground. She's not as flexible off of both ends. She gets a little high and goofy in her spine. But one, in terms of just shape, handle quality, condition, young lady's done a good job there. Young man's ewe here in 3, extra long-sided kind of ewe, really long spine, really long from forward to rear flank. She just gets a little too narrow and a little too flat for me to move her up any higher. Really good class, really good. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations, Class 5 exhibitors. First place, Lainey Merritt, Sterling FFA. Second place, Allison Sampler, Cash FFA. And third place, Owen Sabi Smith from Geronimo 4-H. We will now be moving on to Class 6, Commercial Ewes.
Well, as we roll in the heavyweight class of this division, I think young man's ewe, she's not the thickest, she's not the stoutest, but I think in terms of just balance and high quality sheep that still you looking youthful is the young man's ewe here in 1. You really like the profile shot that she gives you from the side. You like how extended she is in the upper third of her body. You like how flexible she goes off of both ends in comparison to some of the others in the class. Like I said, is she the most massive? Is she the thickest? Probably not, but in my opinion, she's the highest quality and she's got enough to her. Blue ewe coming out next, chock full of muscle from front to rear. She just gets a little deeper and more common there in the upper third of her body, gets a little rounder and rougher off of both ends for me. You to round the class out with, you really like from her last rib back, she's got some width, she's got some dimension. She's just carrying extremely too much condition for me today. She's a little too soft. She doesn't have the shape and expression. Also would like to change her hind leg set just a notch better. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 6 exhibitors. First place, Ray Stoll, Fletcher FFA. Second place, Allison Sampler, Cash FFA. And third place, Carly Markham, Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to Division 2.
Well, let's put our hands together for another really good division. There's two out here that hit me really hard, and I think in terms of their build and their makeup, and yet there's no doubt that they got power when you get on the top side of them. I think they move around really good in comparison to some of the other in the division. I'll go out and select my champion and reserve, and then we'll do our sale. Let's give these kiddos one more round of applause.
Congratulations to Callie High from Sterling FFA. And congratulations to Audrey McElhaney of Elgin FFA. We will now do sale order. We will now be starting the Breed Champion Drive of the Commercial U Show. Coming out of Division 1, Madden Barmettler, Comanche County 4-H, and your reserve, Lorraine Cox, Elgin FFA. Out of your Division 2, Callie High from Sterling FFA, and your reserve, Audrey McElhaney from Elgin FFA. We need all purebred ewes back at the show ring for sale order after the conclusion of the Grand Champion ewe.
Well, let's put our hands together for an outstanding division. Really good set of commercial U's out here. We started with the lightweight division, and I just thought this U was just so balanced, so correct. Really like her skeletal makeup. I like how flexible she is off of both ends. I like how correct she is in her lines. Is she going to overpower you anywhere in terms of foot and bone, in terms of muscularity? No, she's not, but she's got enough everywhere else, in my opinion, for how complete and how smooth and how athletic she is. She just looks like a show sheep out here, and probably the most fault-free one we have in my mind. The reserve in that division, if you just want straight muscle, you're probably going to use her because she's the thickest as we have out here. She's huge rack. She's huge top. She's huge out of her hip. She's huge from stifle to stifle. I get all those things, and I like muscle. I like thickness, but I got to see her a little better out of her neck set. Got to see her a little taller at the point of her shoulders. I got to see her a little neater there at the base of her shoulder to help really balance her up. But in terms of muscularity, power, center body, chest placement in relation to rear flank, I like all those things about her. When she gets set in motion, she moves really well. We just got to see her extended and more elevated, right? But in terms of thickness and power and being opened up, I really like a lot of things about that. And then we get in our, I guess we call it our blue division. We got two blues out here, two really good sheep. I thought the one that won just had a notch more to her when you get on the top side of her. She's got a notch more hip set to her. She's a little wider from stifle to stifle. And I thought she just balanced up a little better from the side. I thought she was a little shallower. I just thought she balanced just more than the U there in 2 that was reserved. The reserve U is just thick and shapely. You like her moving around the ring. She just holds her lines really good. She's really good on her feet and legs. You'd probably like to see her a little neater in her chest floor, see her a little neater there at the base of her shoulder, see her a little more relaxed in her spine to level her top line out just a little more, and probably a little more massive when you compare to some of the others out here. But a really good show sheep that was reserved in that division. That's how I see them today. I'll go out and select my champion in reserve. One more time, let's give these commercial exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Your breed champion, Commercial U, Madden Barmudler, Comanche County 4-H. And congratulations to your reserve breed champion, Callie High from Sterling FFA. We will now be working on sale order for the Commercial U show. will now be showing for overall Grand Champion U. Bringing out your champion commercial U, Madden Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H, and you're reserving that division, you're reserving that breed, Cali High from Sterling FFA. In the Purebred U show, Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H with your champion Purebred. And reserve is also Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H.
Well, let's put our hands together for an outstanding youth show. The quality was great from top to bottom in these classes and the purebreds, and you jumped into the commercial. Just an outstanding set. It was a fun set to sort. I think there are ewes out here that are, you know, when they come in the ring, they catch your attention. I think they're flexible off of both ends. They balance really well. And I think they have enough stoutness and muscle to them. Like I said, in some of the divisions and classes, there probably could have been some heavier muscled ones. There could have been some stouter ones. But for me, I think they're stout enough. They're muscular enough. How they hold themselves together, how they balance, and how they get when they set in motion. I really like the flexibility off of both ends. That's how I see them today. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve, and then we'll work on our cell lineup. One more time, let's give these U exhibitors a round of applause for a great job.
Your grand champion, you went to the commercial, Madden Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. And your reserve went to Cali High, Sterling FFA. There will be a break for pictures and then the 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the sale order. we are now taking a picture/lunch break. We will start the weather show at 2:30. Thank you. this is a 5-minute warning. We will start Class 1 South Downs in 5 minutes. We'll start exactly at 2:30. Just a reminder, please make sure if you would like to do the dough fitting team contest, please come up here and put your name down, or otherwise you will not get to compete. You must have your name written down before the show is over.
Well, as we dive in the market show, a really good way to start out with this Dorset division. The weather here we're going to start with, for me, is just a notch more opened up, a notch more massive. When you get on the top side of him there, you've got to appreciate how level and square he is down his top line. You've got to appreciate how level and square he is out of his hip and dock there. And I think when he gets set in motion, just holds himself together just a notch better than the young man's weather there in two. I would like to just trim him up and shape him up just a notch if I'm going to be ultra critical, but one that's just so massive and so powerful, yet so flexible, not to start that one. The weather here in two is one that gives you a really good look from the side. He's super shallow in the upper third of his body there. He's really tall at the point of his shoulders. He's probably a notch trimmer and leaner than that one that wins it. But I just didn't see the overall mass and stoutness and the flexibility like that one that wins. Let's give these Dorset exhibitors a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 1 Dorset. First place, Kennedy Phillips, Chattanooga 4-H. Second place, Ray Stoll, Fletcher, FFA. We will now be moving on to the haired sheep.
Just for clarification on sale order, so we will show South Downs next, and once the South Downs are shown, we will bring back the champion and reserve champion Dorset and Hair Sheep, and we will put together a sale order for AOBs. So please, Dorsets and Haired Sheep, please don't go anywhere. We're going to show the South Down, then show all three of those breeds together for an AOB sale order.
Well, as we dive in our hair sheep division, I think the painted weather here is just more terminal and more shapely about his top line. He's got a little bit more dimension down there at the base of his leg there. Yeah, I would like to smooth him up down his top line. He wants to get a little easy right there behind his shoulder, but I think he's just got too much shape and too much cutability not to go ahead and start that one. The sheep coming in next is just a notch better down his top line when we get him propped up. He just doesn't handle himself quite as good when we get him set in motion. Just doesn't quite have the shape and expression as that one that wins it. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you. Well, the single entry in the downs, I like a lot of things about this weather. He comes in the ring and just really demands your attention. He's big bone, he's big footed, he's opened up, he's a stout grizzly bear here in this class. And, I think for being that stout and that opened up, he still gives you a really good look from the side. He's really balanced, he's really correct. I would like to trim him up just a notch, shaping him up, but boy, he's an awful stout one that floats around the ring really good off of both ends for me. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. Thank you. Well, what a really good AOB division to start the Market Lambs off with. I know there wasn't a whole lot of quantity, but there's a lot of quality out here. I think in my mind there's one that's just a notch stouter at the ground, a notch more flexible coming and going. And yet, I still think it's got that balanced look that I look for. No doubt there's a pair of them that I like a lot out here. And if I want to change them just a notch, I'd like to trim them up, shape them up just a top notch when you get your hands on them. But they're two sheep that got a quality look from the side and keep themselves together, really maintain themselves really well when we get them set in motion. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. Let's give these AOB exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations on your overall AOB, Peyton Nunley. And congratulations on your reserve AOB, Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H. We will now be moving on to the Hampshire breed.
Well, as we dive in the Hamps, a really athletic, good-looking one from the side. Weather here to start with, a sheep that he really catches your eye when the young man brings him in. Just a really solid sheep to start this Hamp division off with. Let's give this young man a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to Class 1 Hampshire, Tate Seltzer Geronimo FFA. That will bring in your Class 2 Hampshire breed. While the judge is working on placing Class 2, I would like to announce the sponsors for all those AOB breeds that we just completed. Your champion Hair Sheep Market Lamb was sponsored by Hobart Stockyards and the Reserve Country Lace. Champion Southdown was sponsored by Ross Seed and the Reserve Ross Seed as well. Your champion Dorset was Dennis Rankin and your Reserve Dale Miller in Prices.
Well, this class, there's just a monster out here in terms of just power and muscularity and back shape and rump shape. You get on the top side of this guy, and he's got a just huge, big old stand-up rack in him, and he handles really good, and he just really gets massive as you come back. He's got a big old pin set in him. He's really wide from stifle to stifle. And to have that kind of power and that kind of muscle, I think he's flexible enough for me. I think he balances up well enough for me from the side. If you want to get critical on him, you might want to just stretch him up out of that neck set just a notch. You might want to just clean him up there at the base of his shoulder, but I mean, to be that thick and that powerful and that massive and still hold himself together and still balance up like that, he's one I like a whole lot. The sheep coming out next is a really high quality sheep. Probably gives you that advantage as being a little taller at the point of his shoulder. He's a little longer from forerib to rear flank. You really like where he is in terms of condition and handle quality and freshness. I like those things about him. But in comparison to the one that wins it, he just got to be stouter at the ground. He's got to be more opened up in his center body. You got to get him from behind and just open him up out of his pins and just mass him up a notch. But in terms of touch, shape, quality, matches our class winner. The young lady here in 3, a really rugged kind of sheep, big bone, big footed, opened up kind of sheep that just gets a little plainer in his muscle pattern for me today, gets a little rounder off of both ends when we get them set in motion. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to your Class 2 Hampshire breed. First place, Lorraine Cox, Elgin FFA. Second place, Audrey McElhaney, Elgin FFA. And third place, Emery Devers, Cash 4-H. This will now bring in Class 3 Hampshire.
Well, hey, this is a really good class, really deep, really competitive. I don't know if there's the one or two, kind of like in the previous classes, that, just, hey, this is the one that we got to start with, and it's an easy decision. But I like a lot of things about the weather that wins it. There's a thing or two I'd change about him. I like how athletic looking he is. I like how tall he is at the point of his shoulder up there. He's wanting to run uphill. He's up and out. He's shapely. He's trim. Really pipe hard down his top line. And you can see all the shape and expression from over here. And he does it, and he progressively widens as he comes back. He's the biggest in his upper hip and his upper rump. He's the biggest and widest from stifle to stifle. If you want to change something, I'd like to open him up in his center cage right there, just man him up right there just a notch, but that's getting awful critical on one. Kind of like the past class winners. They're athletic moving around, and they're athletic propped up, and they're athletic handling, and that sheep does it really well for me. A sheep coming second, he's really stout at the ground. He's a notch more opened up there in his center body. I like those things about him. He gets a little plainer in his muscle texture. He's not as shapely. He's not as crisp down his top line. He gets a little narrow in his upper hip there for me. He's not as wide from stifle to stifle as that one that wins. And then, too, when you look at him, he gets a little more common there at the base of his shoulder. He's not as athletic looking in the upper third of his body, but one that balances is good enough for me to be up there in the top two. Weather here in third. He is chock full of muscle from front to rear. He handles really good. He's wide. He's stout. For me, I just told the young man when we get him set in motion and we study him propped up, he just gets a little too round off of both ends of his skeleton for me, especially when you get up there and back there in his hip. He gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. You like to lengthen him up to help balance him up. But boy, in terms of just natural thickness and power from front to rear, he's got it. Let's just see him a little smoother. Like I said, he just gets a little too round off of both ends for me and a little too short and round out of his hip when we get him up in the top end. A sheep coming in four, one that's real practical built. He's stout at the ground. He's level and square down his top line. He's level and square out of his hip and dock. He just doesn't have the shape and expression and the muscularity and the power as the ones above. We round the class out with another really high quality sheep that's stout at the ground, one that just you get on the top side of him, just doesn't have that pop and shape and expression, probably carrying a little too much condition for me today. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 3 Hampshire. First place, Kaylee Tanner, Cash FFA. Second place, Carson Freeze, Cash FFA. Third place, Joseph Rendina Brown, Cash FFA. And fourth place, Garrett Graham, Cash FFA. Fifth place, Tatum Balazzo, Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 4 Hampshire.
Well, a really good pair. Boy, they could win most classes at any county fair level, and they're both deserving to be a class winner. They're both really, really good sheep. It's close in my mind between the two. I think where I separated them, the young man's Weather here in one, I just think he's a little more flexible off of both ends of his skeleton. He gets out there and reaches just a notch better off his front end and his rear end. I like how he sets in that hip and hind leg just a notch better than the young ladies there in second. He's a notch smoother down his top line. He's a notch smoother there in his hip loin hookup. Is he as crazy backed? Is he as shapely as that one in second? No, he's not, but he's acceptable enough for me. For how good he is on the move and how good he props up. Like I said, the differences were setting in motion and propped up. He's just a little smoother and holds himself together a little more collective than that young lady's there in two. Young ladies here in two, if you just want to handle one and mass one up, he's got to win the class because, boy, I don't know if we put our hands on one this massive yet. Big back in him. Big square rack in him, massive down his top line, handles like a dream, really fresh to the touch. For me, like I said, he just doesn't quite balance up good enough for me today. He gets a little rougher down his top line. When we get him set in motion, he wants to get a little tighter off his rear too. I've got to see him go a little more flexible back there in comparison to that one that wins it. But in terms of just sheer power and mass, he needed to be up there in the top two. A really good looking sheep here in three that gives you that extension from forerib to rear flank, one that's really tall at the point of his shoulder there. Got a really good look from the side. I think in their top three, he's just running out of too much power, too much gas down his top line and throughout the bottom part of his leg there in comparison to the one above. A sheep coming out next is one that you like him from the profile view. You like his upper third of his body there. We just got to stouten him up on his feet and legs, see him come and go a little wider to move him up any higher. And then we round the class out with one that's really thick, really massive. He just gets a little too round off of both ends. He gets a little too common there at the base of his shoulder. He gets a little more restricted from hip to hind leg, and he just doesn't quite balance up good enough for me to be able to run that one up any higher. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 4, Hampshire. First place, Maverick Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. Second place, Cali High, Sterling FFA. Third place, Peyton Nunley, Cash FFA. Fourth place, Caitlin Moole, Cash FFA. And fifth place, Allison Sampler, Cash FFA. We will now bring all four classes out for breed drive.
Well, what a Hamp division. Really high quality sheep out here. I think they're competitive today, and I think they'll be competitive wherever their final destination is. Just a really, really good breed here. Probably one of the stouter breeds, the stouter divisions we've seen up to this point. You had that single entry and just a really good complete sheep that's got an athletic build about him. Really like that about him. You know, is he going to be the stoutest out here in this division? He's the most opened up. Maybe not, but he's just real high quality sheep. White pelted sheep coming in next. What do you say? From out here on the outside, I think everybody can see all the shape and expression and the muscle and power in the world that he has. But for me, he does it in a really balanced, athletic package. You like him moving around. You like him propped up. And you love to get your hands on him. He's just got one of those big square racks in him that really transitions down his top line. He's really big in his upper hip and dock there. He's really wide from stifle to stifle. He's got some cool features about him. He's white-legged, white-pelted. He got all the bells and whistles to go with how powerful and how stout he is. You know, if we're going to throw a rock at him, we talked about in division, you kind of like to stretch that neck set up just a touch, maybe just clean him up there at the base of his shoulder. But boy, he's an awful, awful powerful one that really balances up really well for me. We got the next class, super good handling sheep. You can handle this sheep all day and have fun. I mean, he is just shapely. He's crisp. He's toned. He's youthful in his appearance. We want to open him up in his cage there just a notch, absolutely. But I thought he was just so good on his feet and legs, so athletic when you get your hands on him. We just got done talking the heavyweight class, one that we just felt like he kept himself together a little better when we got him set in motion. Just kept his top line better in him. Was he the thickest in the class? No, he wasn't. Was he the trimmest? No, he wasn't, but he's acceptable enough in those areas. That's how I see him today. I'll go out and select your champion, and we'll look at him for reserve one more time. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA with your champion Hampshire. The Champion Hampshire Trophy was sponsored by Harold Lamb Clubs, and the reserve is sponsored by Henry Ray and Melissa Dempsey. Congratulations to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA with your reserve champion Hampshire. We will now move on to sale order. Congratulations to the Hampshire exhibitors. We will now be moving on to the natural breed.
Well, a high quality single entry here, a blue sheep that, boy, he's so good to the touch. He's so athletic looking. He's up fronted. He's tall at the point of his shoulders. He's just really up and out. You like those things about him. Yeah, young lady's doing a really good job exhibiting. Let's give her a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations, Class 1 Natural, Taryn Quickle of Sterling FFA. Next, we will have in Class 2. There should be 3 entries in this class.
Well, what a way to start the natural division. Just a powerfully constructed sheep here. He's big at the ground. He's big in his upper hip. You love how he handles that hip and hind leg when he gets set in motion. You love getting him behind this sheep. He's just so explosive out of his pen set. He's so explosive from stifle to stifle. And yet to be that powerful, he's still really unique in the upper third of his body. His chest floor is up there where it's supposed to be. Just a really high quality sheep that's powerful and stout. Yet for me, he still gives you a really wild look from the side. Really good sheep there. It gets really close between second and third, and If you want to flip-flop them, that's all right. I thought there was just a little more manpower, a little more horsepower running down the backside of this sheep skeleton here in 2. He's a little leveler and square out of his hip and dock. He doesn't hold himself together quite as good when we get him set in motion as the young ladies here in 3. The young lady here in 3 got a really attractive-looking sheep, just didn't have the horsepower and gas to run with the ones above. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 2 Natural. First place, Lorraine Cox, Elgin FFA. Second place, Connor Hance, Cash FFA. Third place, Aubrey Compton, Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 3.
Well, this class of naturals, another just opened up, big barreled, big bodied, shapely back one to start this one. He's so expressive down his top in comparison to some of the others in class. He's big rumped, he's big ended. I think when we get him set in motion, he's the one that holds himself together the best. He's the one that plants his feet and legs the best for me. Young ladies coming out next, I think matches their class winner in terms of topside shape. Not as massive, not as stout from the ground up, but one that does have some topside shape and cutability about him. Just one that's just not as stout, not as flexible as that one that wins. Young man's weather here in 3 is one that really tall-shouldered kind of sheep, long neck kind of sheep. He gets a little too flat for me. He gets a little too narrow at the bottom part of his skeleton. I'd like to see him go just a notch better on his feet and legs to be able to compete with these ones above. Really good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3 Natural. First place, Macy Nunley, Cash 4-H. Second place, Dakota Hughes, Cash FFA. And third place, Brandon Bolvans from Elgin FFA. We'll now be moving on to Breed Champion Natural.
Well, a really good natural division. Our class winners are lightweight, just a super athletic sheep. You love when you get your hands on him. I think his better days are ahead of him. I think more time on feed, and I think this sheep's a really, really high competitive sheep out here. He really like how he's running uphill. Like I said, I like when I get my hands on him. Is he as opened up today? Is he as massive as some of the others? No, but you've got to appreciate the quality he offers you. Sheep there in the middleweight division or class is just a stout one there. He's big boned, he's big footed. We talked about how you love to step in behind that sheep. You love how his hip and hind legs set in there. You love how wide he is from stifle to stifle, and to be that powerful and stout. He's one of the shallower ones, neater chested ones we have out here. One that when we get him set in motion, he could relax that spine just a little bit and help balance him up, but he's acceptable enough for me. And then we got in the last class, we talked about just a big barrel, big rib cage sheep coming out next that really chock full of muscle from front to rear. Is he the neatest in the upper third of his body? Is he the neatest there in his blade? Maybe not, but that's getting awful critical on a really good one there. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA with your breed champion natural. That trophy was sponsored by All-American Elgin. The reserve champion will be sponsored by Triple D Genetics. Congratulations to your reserve breed out of Class 3, Macy Nunley of Cash 4-H. After the conclusion of sale order for the natural breed, we will move right on to Shropshire. Just a reminder to all of you sitting ringside and in the stands, we will have a luncheon at noon on Friday. Everyone is welcome to come. Those who win showmanship will need to come to the luncheon to get their showmanship prizes. The buyer's reception is at 4 o'clock and will be followed by the premium sale at 5 o'clock, also on Friday. On Friday as well, we also have round robin starting at 8 o'clock.
Well, in our shop division, a sheep that, I think is just a notch more opened up, a notch more show ready today. Do I like his build and his design as good as the young ladies, whether they're in two? Probably not. I just think he's just got a notch more mass to him and a notch more opened up. But I do like the build and the design and the hip structure, the whether they're in two. You got to appreciate how level he is down his top line. You got to appreciate how level he is out of his hip and dock there. Really good way to start the shop division. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 1 Shropshire. First place, Connor Hance, Cash FFA, and second place, Emma Seltzer, Geronimo 4-H. Also, tomorrow on Thursday, the livestock judging contest will begin registration at 9 o'clock, and the actual contest will begin at 9:30.
Young lady's weather, as soon as she brings him in, really demands your attention. Really super up-fronted, up and out kind of sheep. You just got a lot of show presence about him. Really strong and level down his spine. To be that cool and athletic and that dynamic from the side, and when he's set in motion, I think he's got enough power and dimension up high. Really high-quality show sheep to win this class of Shrops. A really thick one coming out next. Big, bold rack in him. Really a lot of dimension down his top line. You like the length and the levelness out of his hip and dock there. You like how wide he is out of his pins. He's just not as smooth and not as neat in the upper third of his body. He's just not as athletic looking when we get those things set in motion. But a really high quality sheep there in second. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations to your Class 2 Shropshire. First place, Audrey McElhaney, Elgin FFA, and second place, Ray Stoll, Fletcher FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 3.
Well, as we progress in weight and size in our Schropp division, I think one that's still really trim and shapely, a high cutability kind of sheep here that wins this class, just chock full of muscle from front to rear. Muscle's not the problem with this guy. If you want to change him, he gets a little round and a little deep there, a little longer bladed there, you know, and not as balanced as some we've seen. But boy, in terms of just natural thickness, handle quality, and just true muscle shape, you got to appreciate that. Sheep coming out next is one that's really long from forerib to rear flank, one that gets a little high in his top line, gets a little goofier in his loin edge, and just doesn't have the overall shape and dimension up high like that class winner does. Really good class. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 3 Shropshire. First place, Kaylee Tanner, Cash FFA, and second place, Kylie Simpson, Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to your breed champion, Shropshire.
Well, a really good shop division here. A lot of quality in these classes. There's one out here that just balanced so much better for me, just a notch more athletic, just so fluid and athletic and so good off of both ends of his skeleton. You know, is he the heaviest, thickest one out here in terms of muscle and power? No, he's not, but he's got enough for me today. I'll go out and select your champion, Schropp, and then we'll follow up with a reserve. Let's give these Schropp exhibitors a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Shropshire, Audrey McElhaney of Elgin FFA. That trophy was sponsored by Henry Ray and Melissa Dempsey. The reserve will be sponsored by Spence Trucking. And your reserve breed champion goes to Kaylee Tanner out of Class 3 from Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to our Suffolk breed, starting with Class 1.
Well, as we dive into Suffolk, a really high quality sheep. It's a single entry for this breed. He's ultra stout at the ground. One that he's big bone. He's big footed. He's got some base width about him. He's got some shape. He's a little immature today. I think his better days are ahead of him. But a real high quality sheep to start this Suffolk division out. Let's give the young man a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Tate Seltzer of Geronimo, FFA. We will now be moving on to Class 2 of Suffolk.
You know, I don't know if there's anything that just gets me, real fired up on this class. I think they're two good sheep in some areas, but there's some things I would surely like to change about both of them, and that's all right. That's part of this deal. But I think the young man's Weather here that wins it. He's just a notch stouter when you study him from the ground up. He's just a notch stouter when you get in behind him out of his pin set and his rump up there. He's just a notch wider from stifle to stifle. I would sure like to clean him up in his chest floor. I'd like to shorten his blade. I'd like to see him just be a little smoother off of both ends when we get him set in motion. But a sheep, in terms of just muscle, power, and stoutness, I figured we had to start this one. I really like how youthful and shapely and good handling the Suffolk is here too. Really good to the touch. Got a really big square loin edge in him. I like that about him. He's just a little too frail from the ground up. He's just a little too base narrow for me on both ends. Just got to see him a notch wider from front to rear to be able to compete with the one that wins it. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 2 Suffolk. First place, Maverick Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. And second place, Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. We will now bring in Class 3 Suffolk.
Young lady's Suffolk here in the blue shirt is one that's just a notch more opened up in his center body there. He's a notch stouter when you view him from the ground up, a notch more shape up high. Is a little smoother down his top line. One that you like to open him up in his pin bones. You'd like to shallow him up, no doubt, but one I just thought was a notch more opened up and notch stouter. A sheep coming in next, extremely long spine, a little better out of his hip and dock there. For me, just getting too flat, too deep, and not stout enough. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations on Class 3, Suffolk. First place, Sarah Durbin, Cash FFA. Second place, Peyton Nunley, Cash FFA. We will now be moving on to your breed champion, Suffolk. The champion Suffolk is sponsored by DJ's Construction, and the reserve is sponsored by Dale Miller Enterprises.
Attention exhibitors, if you have a sales sheet that determines which animal you are going to sell, you have to pick between sexes. So if you qualified a ewe and a wether, your sales selection sheets have to be turned in 30 minutes at the conclusion of this show. So major sale order will be broke tonight. So if you have a form that needs to be turned in, or if you think you have more than one animal qualified of two different sexes, please turn that in as quickly as you can after the show.
We get in our Suffolk division, some good sheep out here. I don't know if there was the one or two that, like in the past previous divisions, it's, just come in the gate and just, hey, this is the one we got to use. So there's some different bits and pieces. If we could take off of each one to put in the other one, we have a pretty good sheep here. There's some good things about them. They all handle really good. They all got some shape. I think there's some body differences here that we need to fix and some feet and legs issues. But, let's go ahead and give these Suffolks a round of applause for a job well done. I'll go get your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Maverick Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. Your reserve, Suffolk, came out of Class 1, Tate Seltzer Geronimo FFA. We have just completed sale order on the Suffolks. We will now be moving to Whiteface Cross.
Let's give the young lady a round of applause. A really high quality sheep here that's really level in his top line, really level in his hip and dock there. Once again, I think his better days are ahead of him, get some more time and groceries in him, but a real high quality sheep there. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 1 Whiteface Cross, Emma Seltzer from Geronimo 4-H. We will now be moving on to Class 2.
Class 2, a white-faced cross is a real stout one coming in. Big burly-legged, big-footed, big forearm. Packed full of muscle. I'm sure you can see it from the bleachers. Big rack, big top, big ended. Yeah, I still think he gives you a good enough show look from the side. Just a real powerful sheep that starts this class. A really long and extended sheep coming out next. Really long spine, really long out of his hip and dock there. One that just doesn't have the power and mass and muscularity as that one that wins. Let's give him a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 2 Whiteface Cross. First place, Julia Balvans, Elgin 4-H. And second place, Landry Thomason, Indiahoma 4-H. We will now be moving on to Class 3 Whiteface Cross.
Well, white-faced sheep that's going to start this class is just so stout and powerful and opened up, so massive in comparison to others we have in class. You really like how he hits the ground with some stoutness and some feature about him. Yet, I still think he props up and has a show look about him from the side. Another really opened up sheep there in second, big-bodied, big-top kind of sheep that gets a little plainer in his muscle pattern, not as shapely as that one that wins it. We round the class out with a really long spine kind of sheep. We just got to stouten up at the ground up, see him a little better in his bottom part of his skeleton. Really good class. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Taryn Quickle, Sterling FFA. Second place, Justin Hodes, Cash FFA. And third place, Cambry Kinman, Indiahoma 4-H. We will now be moving on to Class 4. Class 4, white-face cross.
We get in the heavyweight speckled face division or white face cross, however y'all call it. I think one that just really holds itself together really good when we get him set in motion, really flexible off of both ends, really level and square down his top line, really level and square out of his hip and dock. You'd like to trim him up and shaping him up. He's a little soft to the touch, but it's acceptable enough for me. A really good handling, fresh handling one coming out next. That I think he just gets a little too easy down his top line when we get him set in motion. Just doesn't plant those feet and legs quite as stout and as square as that one that wins it. But a really good class. Let's give these young ladies a round of applause for a job well done.
Congratulations, Class 4, Melanie Uplinger of Lawton FFA. Second place, Macy Nunleague of Cash 4-H. We will now show for breed champion, whiteface cross. Your sponsors for this breed are Renshaw Farms and Lawrence Tank.
Well, a really good crossbred speckled face division here. There's two that are just really hit me hard when they come in the ring. They're stout at the ground. They're opened up. They're pulled apart. They're massive when you get on the top side of them. There's one that hits me just a tick harder, just in terms of just built and design and just being still busted open and shapely. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. Really good division, really good breed here. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to your breed champion Whiteface Cross, Julia Balvans from Elgin 4-H, and your reserve, Taryn Quickle from Sterling FFA.
Well, we start the crossbred division, and I think one that just balances up a little better on his feet and legs when we get him set in motion. Young ladies, whether they're in twos, probably got a notch more to him. Just got to see that thing coming and going just a notch better to move him up any higher. Really good class. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Class 2 cross sheep that just really catches your eye when he comes in. Really like when you get your hands on him. He's the freshest, the tonest down his top line. He's the squarest down his top line. He's the squarest out of his hip and dock there. Just a really good sheep to start the class off with. A really shallow-bodied one coming in next. You like the profile shot he gives you from the side. Is he the thickest in the class? No, he's not, but I think in terms of quality and build, he needed to be up in the top end. Really thick, powerful, muscle sheep here next that's just chock full of muscle from front to rear. I read him as just getting a little too round off of both ends, getting it a little too short and steep out of his hip. I don't like how he handles his hind leg. We got to just see him go a little better when we get him set in motion. A really good profiling sheep the young man has right here in 4, really tall at the point of his shoulder. He just gets too base narrow, just tracks too narrow from behind to move him up any higher. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 2. First place, Hunter McElhaney, Elgin FFA. Second place, Ray Stoll, Fletcher FFA. Third place, Kennedy Phillips, Chattanooga 4-H. And fourth place, Tate Seltzer, Geronimo FFA. We will now bring in Class 3, Blackface Cross.
Well, a really stout set of sheep here, a real powerful set out here. The one that wins it, he is just a man down his back. Boy, it's hard to get that kind of rack shaping one and that kind of top shaping one. He's just super, super powerful, super massive when you get your hands on him. And it's the right kind of mass and power. It's still shapely. It's still lean. He still looks youthful for how powerful and how thick he is. Is he the shallowest bodied in the class? Maybe not. You might want to tuck him up in his chest floor, shorten that blade up just a notch to make him look that much more athletic. But boy, he still props up good enough for me. He's still athletic enough for me when we get him set in motion. Just a big old powerhouse right here that starts it. The sheep here in second's probably a notch more tucked up in his chest floor, a touch smoother in the upper third of his body. And he's one, too, that's got a big old rack in him, big old top side to him. For me, he gets a little rougher down his top line. He doesn't hold himself together when we get him set in motion quite as well. But, boy, you've got to appreciate the power and the body look that sheep offers there in 2. A real high-quality sheep here in 3. He's as good in the upper third of his body. He balances so well from the side. It's just disappointing when you get your hands on him. He's not as cracked open. He's not as massive. When you step in behind him, he wants to play out of his pin set and his rump down there in comparison to the ones above. A sheep coming out next, big bone, big footed, shapely kind of sheep. When you step in behind that one, he just narrows up too much in his upper hip. He just doesn't have the mass and power. Round the class out with one that's really long spine, really good look from the side. He's just the narrowest when you get over the top side of him. Just give him notch more punch and power to be able to compete with those hosses up there in front. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to Class 3 Blackface Cross. First place, Madden Bar Meddler, Comanche County 4-H. Second place, Cali High, Sterling FFA. Third place, Carson Freeze, Cash FFA. And fourth place, Kaylee Tanner, Cash FFA. And fifth place, Owen Sabi Smith, Geronimo 4-H. We will now be moving on to the fourth and final class of the Blackface Cross.
Well, as we progress in the heavyweight crosses, I think there's one out here that just stays so athletic, so youthful in the upper third of his body in comparison to some of the others. Really like how fresh he is for his weight and size down his top line. Just gives you a really good look from the side. The young lady does a really good job presenting him. Really stout, opened up one coming out next. It's just got a notch more topside shape than that sheep there in third. Really rugged when you study him from the ground up. Not as youthful in the upper third of his body, and not as youthful in his touch and shape as the one that wins it. Sheep here in three, a real big bone, big-footed sheep, extra long-sided kind of sheep. Just gets too plain in his top shape for me today. Doesn't have enough punch and power. Sheep coming here in four, one that you like the profile, you like the levelness about him. He's just carrying extremely too much condition for me today. We got to trim him and lean him up. A sheep coming out next, a really long spine kind of sheep. Sheep, we just got to stouten him up from the ground up, see him a little wider down his top line and out of his pins. Really good class. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 4, Blackface Cross. First place, Mary Beth Rodina Brown, Cash FFA. Second place, Aubrey Compton, Cash FFA. Third place, Kylie Simpson, Cash FFA. Fourth place, Allison Sampler, Cash FFA. And fifth place, Sari Sabi Smith, Geronimo FFA. We will now be moving on to our breed champion and reserve breed champion, Blackface Cross. Your breed champion sponsors are Triple D Genetics and Herald Club Lambs.
Well, let's put our hands together for an outstanding crossbred division. A lot of powerful, big top sheep in here that still maintain some flexibility. There's one out here that hits me pretty hard. It gets closer for reserve, but one more time, a really good, powerful set of sheep out here. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Blackface Cross, Madden Bar Medaler, Comanche County 4-H. And your reserve champion, Cali High, Sterling FFA. We will now finish sale order for the Blackface Cross breed and move on to the Grand Champion Drive. after the grand drive. Showmanship will follow shortly after. We will do Pee Wee showmanship first, which is 8 and under. Junior next, which is 3rd to 6th grade. Next is intermediate, 7th to 9th. And senior will be last, 10th to 12th grade. Again, showmanship will be after the grand drive. We will start with Pee Wee, 8 and under. Next will be junior, 3rd to 6th grade. Next will be intermediate, 7th to 9th grade. And then senior will be 10th to 12th grade. Your reserve breed champion out of the AOB, Kennedy Phillips from Chattanooga 4-H. Your reserve breed, your reserve breed, Hampshire, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Your reserve breed natural, Macy Nunley of Cash 4-H. Your reserve breed Shropshire, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Your reserve breed Suffolk, Tate Seltzer of Geronimo FFA. And your reserve breed Whiteface Cross, Taryn Quickville. And your reserve breed Blackface Cross is Callie High of Sterling FFA. And now the breed champions. Your AOB breed champion, Peyton Nunley of Cash 4-H. Your Hampshire breed champion, Lorraine Cox of Elgin 4-H. Your breed champion your breed champion natural, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Your breed champion Shropshire, Audrey McElhaney of Elgin FFA. Your breed champion Suffolk, Maverick Barmettler from Comanche County 4-H. Your breed champion Whiteface Cross, Julia Balvans, Elgin 4-H. And your breed champion Blackface Cross, Madden Barmettler, Comanche County 4-H.
Well, let's put our hands together for a great Market Lamb show and give these kids a round of applause for making it back out here. There's some kids in the back that might be disappointed, and there were some good sheep out here. I think for a county level show, this is just really, really competitive. Bunch of high quality sheep out here, and I think they're good today, and I think they'll be good down the line wherever that final destination is. And I'm not going to talk about each one of them. I'll talk about a couple that's kind of running through my mind right now. And in your Hamp division, that winner, man, he's just a beast when he comes in. He just one that demands your attention when he hits the ring with those big old feet and those big old legs, and you get on top of him. He's got a big old square rack in him. He's just really smooth down his top line, big in his upper hip, wide from stifle to stifle. Yet he gives you that look, that balanced look you like from the side when he gets set in motion. Those feet and legs hit the right spots. Just a really, really good show sheep to win that division. We rolled in our natural division, real similar to our champion in terms of just demanding your attention when he hits the ring. One that's really sound on his feet and legs. You really like to get in behind this old sheep. He's big in his upper hip. He's long in his hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. And then yet you look at him from the side, he's got a really cool look in the upper third of his body, really shallow there. Really like the design and the makeup of that sheep for how powerful and stout he is. And then we got in our crossbred division, and just a truck out here. You know, he's got all the horsepower you need in one. Muscle's not a problem with him. He's big, huge racked. He's hard handling. He's shapely from front to rear. He's big ended, and he sets on big feet and legs. Is he the most attractive in the upper third of his body? No, he's not. Is he the neatest? When you look at him from the side, he gets a little off in his top line at times. He gets a little deeper chested, but that's to be expected to be that powerful, that stout, and that muscular. That's how I see him today. I'll go out and get your champions. One more time, let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a great job.
Your grand champion Market Lamb came out of the Hampshire division, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. That grand champion Market Lamb trophy is sponsored by Hillary Communications. And your reserve grand champion Market Lamb, also Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. That reserve grand champion Market Lamb was sponsored by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital. Congratulations to all the Market Lamb exhibitors today. As soon as sale order is completed, we will move on to showmanship, starting with Pee Wee, 8 and under. If you have a sales selection sheet, you have until 5 o'clock to turn that here at the announcer's stand. So if you have a sales selection sheet, I need that by 5 o'clock here at the announcer's table. just a reminder to all those that will win showmanship, you must be at the luncheon at noon on Friday. Both Pee Wee, Junior, Intermediate, and Senior will receive their prize at the luncheon on Friday. Entering the ring now is our Pee Wee exhibitors.
Well, let's give these Pee Wee exhibitors a round of applause. Great job. Kind of like I said in the Pee Wee division and the goats, this is the up and coming in the future of your program, and looking out here, your future is pretty bright having these kiddos. They're doing a really, really good job. One more time, let's give these Pee Wee kids a round of applause, and I'll go select your champion. Thank you.
Congratulations to Remy Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Next, we will have junior, 3rd to 6th grade. 3rd to 6th grade, juniors, you need to be lining up. After juniors will be intermediate. Intermediate is 7th to 9th grade. As the show day is rounding up to the end, can we give a round of applause for our judge today? He's done an awesome job sifting through the sheep and goats.
Well, we get out here in our junior division and really competitive division from top to bottom. They're doing an excellent job. There's 2 out here that hit me really hard. They've hit me hard throughout the day for their grade, and you get back out here in this class, and they do an exceptional job as well. One more time, let's give our juniors a round of applause, and I'll go get your champion and reserve junior showman. Thank you.
Congratulations to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. And congratulations to Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. We will now bring in our intermediate, 7th to 9th grade.
Well, let's give these intermediates a round of applause for coming out here and competing. Just like the last class, there's a couple in my mind that are just so high level in their skill set. They're so smooth. They're so elegant. They're really savvy about where the judge is at. Those feet and legs are always planted. Those sheep are always presented really well. Those neck sets are up in on that head's where it's supposed to be. The sheep always gives you a good look every time you get over there and look at them. They've done a really good job all day, and you get them back out here in this class, and they're the two that stand out in my mind. I'll go out and select your champion reserve. One more time, let's give these intermediate kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA for champion intermediate showman, and your reserve, Mary Beth Rodita Brown of Cash FFA. We will now bring in our senior showmanship, 10th to 12th grade.
Well, first off, before we get in these senior showmen, I just want to thank the committee and commend the ag teachers, county agents, the committee that puts on such a high-quality show. It's been a blast for me today. So let's give the committee that puts the show on and the ag teachers and county agents that's getting these kids in the ring a round of applause for a job well done. It's been an honor and privilege to be here in Lawton today to work through the goats this morning and the sheep this afternoon. But more importantly for me, it's been an honor and privilege to get to work with these young men and women out in the ring today. It's been a blast. The quality of livestock's been outstanding. The kiddos have been great to work with. So once again, I just commend parents, grandparents, teachers, agents, whoever's involved on getting these kids out here. You've done an excellent job. great set of kiddos. We get in the senior division, and your expectations are really high on these seniors, and they've no doubt met my expectations. They all do a really, really good job. I commend each one of you for coming back out here and competing for the showmanship division. There's two in my mind that do just an excellent job, kind of like in the previous classes. They've done a great job all day, and you get them back out here, and they do a great job out in this class. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve senior showman. Once again, it's been a blast, and I appreciate the opportunity of being here with you guys today. Thank you.
Congratulations to Audrey McElhaney of Elgin FFA for your champion senior showman and your reserve champion senior showman, Callie High of Sterling FFA. Congratulations to all the sheep and goat exhibitors from today.